Hello, and welcome again to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are your host, Atlas Alex, and we are, as always, grateful and humbled that you have chosen to spend your Sunday afternoon or your Sunday evening or your Sunday morning or wherever you are in the world, that you've chosen to spend it with us, to further your path and to share in the furthering of that with others. We already have greetings coming in. Leah says blessings all. Thank you, Leah, and blessings to you, and thank you all for being here. As you can probably tell from the title of today's program and the background, right down to the red shirt that we're wearing, today we are going to be bringing all of our discussions around suffering to a head. For 3 weeks now, we have been focusing on suffering, its power to inspire and unite, its ability to divide and dispirit, and how that results in a state of division. And we explained that last week, where to be in a state of division, it is a loss of vision, a loss of insight, an inability to access inspiration. And we are not going to retread all of this ground today, because we have covered all of this terminology and all of the way in which the language of being, for example, dispirited is the opposite of inspired, not uninspired, because the true meaning of inspired is to be in spirit. And the inverse of in spirit is dispirited. And all the words that flow out of that, including desperation, because desperation is related to being despaired. And if you are despaired, you are no longer a pair. And we've covered all of this. And again, we don't want to retread all of this today, because we have a lot to get through today. Because all of this culminates in a point of intensity, in a point of ignition. Last week, we introduced the analogy or the allegory of the well, and the well spring within all of us, deep within the earth. And we talked about digging the well and the mechanical apparatus and the divine vessel which can descend deep into the well and access the eternal flow. And then using our mechanical mind and apparatus, we draw the water to the surface, and then we transfer it into that earthen vessel. And it is that earthen vessel which ultimately delivers that water to the empty cups and to those dying of thirst, to those who are in desperation, for those who are in desperate need of those life-giving waters. But there is another kind of well. We may be 80, 90% water, but we are not just water. A few more greetings are coming in. Supin Kashpur says, hello, Atlas. Hope you all are doing fine. Yes, we all are doing fine. Thank you. All of us. Azazel says, had a hellish week, but a meaningful one, as we have learned a lot from it. Well, that's very fitting for today's discussion, today's topic. And later on, when we open it up for conversation and questions and participation, we'll definitely invite you in, Azazel, if you want to join at that time. So we'll share the link and everything at that time. And then if you wish to share, you are of course under no obligation to do so. But hopefully, serendipitously, through the course of today's presentation, you will find much fruit and perhaps even some contextualization for the hell that you had been through this week. Supin Kashper says, got a birthday present today, a picture of a phoenix. Synchronicity is very strong. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You see, these are the wonderful moments, we like to call them breadcrumbs on the path, that lead us through the dark wood and into the light. And every breadcrumb is manna from heaven. And each one, if we consciously process it, we recognize it, we see it for what it is, and it reminds us it's a breadcrumb trail left for us by our Divine Mother, saying, yeah, you're in the right place, you're on the right path. And that path is the path of the phoenix. This week, we spent a great deal of time listening to experts, academics, theologians, symbologists, historians, you name it. And we were clergymen, let's not forget, priests, and not just Roman Catholic priests or other Christian denominations, but Orthodox. And iconography is very important. The symbols. And we have marveled in the past how everyone from Jordan Peterson to seemingly everyone who cares anything about Scripture and its deeper meaning, the depth of meaning. It is astonishing. Before we continue, Tiffany says, more synchronicity as I was just discussing breadcrumbs, spiritual breadcrumbs. And she says, oh, and good morning, everyone, or afternoon for some of you. Yes, good morning / afternoon, wherever you are. Good day. Let's just say good day. And that way we cover everything. Unless, of course, it's evening like Azazel. But we'll just say good. Good 24 hours. All right. So let's pick it up where we were. It's astonishing the depth and the breadth and the scope. In other words, the comprehensive nature of the teachings, and how multiple symbols reflect themselves in the hearts and minds of individuals who are at different levels. Even Jesus said to his disciples, the teachings that I give you are not for them over there. They're not for everybody. They are for you who have been initiated into the path of fire, the path of Pentecostal fire, the path of psychological death and rebirth through the fire. That is the path of the phoenix. Everyone who is initiated into a Christian doctrine receives the baptism of water, the baptism by water. But not everyone receives baptism by fire. So last week, when we focused on the well and the drawing forth of the waters and the sharing and the giving of the waters for others, yes, the world is dying of thirst. They're desperate for those waters. And they need someone, not just one person, but many, to bring those waters into the world. But the ones who bring the water need something more than just water. To dig a well and draw the water and fire the earthen vessel, because earthen vessels are fired, are they not? Pottery, ceramics, they're fired in kilns. Why is it called a kiln? When you consider how pottery is made, the earth is molded and made flexible and shaped with water. But then that's still just a wet, malleable, soft hunk of clay. But to become earthenware, to become a beautiful ceramic, to become useful, valuable, practical, to be a vessel, it must first be fired in the kiln. The water dies. The kiln boils away the water, and in that process crystallizes the vessel. The earth becomes crystalline and structured as the water showed it how to do, as the water structured it, that living water, and the wheel and the revolutions of the pottery wheel on the alm of life. There is water there, like the water that goes through the baffles that causes the turbulence, that causes the alm of life spiral motion, that structures and creates living water. Now we have earth spinning around, and the hands of the potter are molding and shaping it, creating the turbulence, the obstacles, the baffles. You see? And the earth is spinning and turbulent, just as the water, and it is the water that allows and gives the earth the malleability and to be molded and shaped and structured, because the water is also being structured and alive. And then when it is all shaped and formed, into the oven it goes to be baptized by fire. And that which must be dissolved, evaporated, is evaporated. And that which must be crystallized is crystallized, hardened, made strong. Water is the foundation of life. We are mostly water, of course. But in that water, there is fire. We are carbon-based life forms. We are not hydrogen, oxygen-based life forms. We are carbon-based life forms. And to dig a well takes energy. It takes time, takes focus, it takes super efforts. Have you ever dug a well, or even a hole, or some holes for fence posts? It's back-breaking work. There are few things that will exhaust you by the end of it faster than digging down into the earth. So you are here because you have been baptized in water. And many of you, to one degree or another, have already begun experiencing what many, many experience, but don't understand. And that's the baptism by fire. Supin Kasper says, carbon-based life forms, also one of the best bands ever. Definitely worth checking out. Well, thank you for that. The other liquid that flows in the earth that this humanity finds valuable, to put it mildly, is, of course, oil. They used to call it black gold. And the thing about oil is that oil and water don't mix. On the physical form, in their physical form that we understand as oil and water, they don't mix. And it's interesting that during the Second World War, the chemists somehow created a process whereby they could hydrogenate oil, which was a fancy way of saying they were getting oil and water to mix. And the result was products like Crisco and margarine and Cool Whip, right? These are hydrogenated oils, hydrogenated fats, maybe is a better way to put it. Now, we all know that since then, we've learned that these things are essentially poison, right? Because in the process of, if you use any of these things for cooking or whatever, you create trans fats, and like we all know, these things now are not healthy. Not that margarine was ever healthy, or Cool Whip is not a health food. Neither is Crisco. But one of the reasons why Crisco, McDonald's started off frying their French fries in real fat, in animal fat, in lard. Sorry, yeah, lard. That's animal fat. It's but then later on they switched to Crisco, and they were frying their French fries in essentially this hydrogenated oil. But it's able to make the fries so crispy. Why? It's the same as lard. Why is it that if you fry French fries in oil, okay, they're good, they're okay, they're good, they're fine, but they get greasy, and they never get as crispy as McDonald's French fries. And it's because if you fry them in lard, you're frying them in oil and water. Think about it. In our bodies, we have fat. Fat is mostly water. It's true. People will talk about storing excess water, and that sometimes, like, not sometimes, always, when you, quote, lose fat because you're on a diet and you're exercising, you're not losing anything but water. The fat cells are shrinking. They're being deflated. And then you have to ask yourself, just logically, from a scientific point of view, from a materialist scientific point of view, how does this make any sense? If fat cells grow because of a caloric intake, meaning we are taking in more calories, more energy than we need. The body stores that energy in fat cells by growing fat. But it stores that energy in fat cells. That's animal fat, right? That's our fat. But the only thing that increases inside of those cells is water, which we know doesn't burn, which we can't burn. So what's going on here? Has nobody thought about this? Has nobody looked into this? If fat cells shrink because they're losing water, and that's your body's way of storing energy, so when you need excess energy, your body dips into the energy stores. It dips into the water that's in the fat cells. That means it must be extracting energy from the water. The fire that is in the water. There's no other explanation. Because everything else in the fat cell stays the same. And when you're fasting, you can even be on a water fast, taking no fluids. Your body is, quote, burning fat. It's not burning fat. It's burning water. Scientists don't talk about this because they can't. How can they? Because you know that water doesn't burn, right? Oil burns, and the fat is the energy storage. And if we take animal fat out of milk, for example, there's energy in there, but even that doesn't burn very well. Bodies don't burn very well. That's why you have to burn them on a funeral pyre. You can't just light a body on fire, despite the fact that it's full of carbon, because there's too much water. And even though there's a ton of fat there, it's water. The energy processes that we function on are metaphysical. Fourth dimensional. The energy that is in water, the fire that is in water, is not chemical. There's no such thing as chemical, actually. Everything's electromagnetic. It's prana. That which binds to hydrogen and an oxygen. That's 3 in 1. That's a sexual union. 3 in 1. That's a trinity. That's a tri-unity. And the reason why it is so hard to extract hydrogen from water is because those bonds are so strong. Incidentally, last week when we were talking about division and reversing division and repairing and everything, and at the end of last week's talk, we talked about who? We talked about James Bond. And all of chemistry is based on molecular bonds, the bonding of elements and isotopes together to form molecules, and then how those molecules arrange and organize themselves into larger structures. And then when they get to a level of amino acids and so on and so forth, then we get into the realm of biology. And then we move from maybe we move from chemistry to biochemistry because we recognize, well, these structures are the building blocks of life, the building blocks of what we define as life. But coming back to it, we cannot avoid the simple, self-evident fact that there is fire in the water. And so we who wish to dig down into our earth and draw forth and bring to the surface and share with everyone those waters, what motivates us and what gives us the strength of will and the energy, the vitality, the passion to do so is the fire. We apply our waters in a way that others do not. Many who thirst for the waters of life drink it. They consume it, they receive it in the baptismal font. And they quench their thirst that way. But those who draw and carry and serve water, we cannot be quenched by it. Our thirst can only be satisfied by fire. We need the trial by fire, the baptism by fire. We are at a different level. The level of service, the level of sacrifice, and the level of suffering for others to quench others' thirst is a higher calling. It is a greater purpose for being. And it is a more intense form of union, of unity. Because the water in the earth will mix and form mud, and you can make mud bricks and all sorts of things. Earth and water belong together. And earth and water together can make many things grow, and those things will grow mechanically. They will grow naturally. Water is the foundation of life. That's why all the astronomers are looking for water on planets and moons and all, because that's the only way they understand life, is mechanical nature. So even oil and water mix in mechanical nature. It mixes within us, as we were describing. And those who are mostly mechanical, those who are mostly intellectual animals, and they thirst for the waters of life, they don't know how to get it. If they look for it outside of themselves, then all they can do is consume it and drink it mechanically. And we'll get into another level of this in just a moment. And generally speaking, they look for it in all the wrong places, in all the wrong ways. So the religions were born out of messengers, out of those who came to pour forth new waters and quench humanity's thirst for truth, for the waters of life, for guidance, and for words of love and wisdom and knowledge, practical knowledge also. Knowledge that they could use to live their lives better. And waters which in them waters which are intended to put out the fire that's burning them alive. Those who walk the path of the phoenix work with the waters and work with the fire to transmute themselves. We too die. We too are burned in the process. The difference is that when the phoenix burns and is consumed by the flames, it is reborn from the ashes anew. But for all those who do not work with their waters and their fires to serve water, to draw forth what is within them, all they do is drink water from outside, and that means what is within them is burning them, is consuming them. And they're dying of thirst to try to put out that fire. But there's fire in the water. So the more they drink, the more they burn. This is what in Hinduism, or is it Hinduism and or Buddhism, is referred to as the hungry ghost. They're dying of thirst. But even if they find an oasis in the desert, when they drink it, it's like drinking magma. Perhaps it temporarily will quench their thirst. It will give them a superficial feeling like moisture in the mouth. But as it goes down the gullet and it goes into the heart, into the stomach, it burns all the way down, and it consumes them and burns them from the inside. They're on fire. So Benjamin says, for the sake of argument and disagreement, oil and water do mix after all. No, physical oil and physical water don't mix. Try it. How they incorporate with one another in life, in organisms, is unique. And what we were explaining earlier, the chemists can combine oil and water through this process of hydrogenation, through a process of cleverness, but that creates an abomination of nature. That's poison. So yes, they can be made and forced to integrate. But we need both in the paradigm that is life on this planet. We are carbon-based. On other planets, the life forms are based in other elements. Not all life forms are carbon-based. Some are silica-based. Some are based in different elements. So Benjamin agrees here. He says, yes, in life, as you mentioned. This is going to be a talk that you will want to, as best as possible, put yourself in a meditative state. This one, when we speak of these images and symbols and actual real elements, we preface the talk by saying that Scripture has truth on multiple different levels of meaning. And those multiple different levels are simultaneous. But we also mentioned how the fire in the body is the fire in the water. The energy that's in the fat cells is in the water. That means it's metaphysical fire. It's not physical fire. We preface that. So if you try to follow along only with your rational mind, you're going to get tripped up. You're going to get trapped in dead ends because you're going to be following along on one. Okay, he's talking about water and oil, and he's talking about physical water and physical oil and physical fire. And then all of a sudden, boom, we're going to flip over and, oh my gosh, you're not going to understand what's going on, because really he was talking about metaphysical fire the whole time. Or he was talking about both at the same time. This is what consciousness gives us. This is what experiential knowledge gives us, the comprehensive appreciation for the fullness, the voluptuousness, the holistic meaning of a symbol. And as above, so below. There's going to be physical relationships between physical oil and physical water, but they're levels and levels of relationships. In the same way that if you take a glass of oil and a glass of water and you try to mix them, they won't mix. But that's a very crude physical experiment. But how do they mix? In a very, very infinitely complex, self-organizing form of mechanical nature called our body, whose foundation is metaphysical anyway. The cleverness of chemists figured out a way to bind oil and water through hydrogenation, because we cannot be naive and we cannot imagine that the forces of mechanical nature are not always trying to fake divinity. They're trying to copy. They're trying to create reasonably convincing mechanical facsimiles. So there's this modality in science called biomimicry. And while biomimicry does have a more nuanced and sophisticated and indeed conscious aspect to it, hydrogenation of oil was simply chemists going, look, if it happens in animal fat, if cows can do it, we can do it. We can copy that. We can make our own version of that. We can make our own version of butter. There's even, go to your grocery store, go to the dairy case. You will find in a plastic tub somewhere something that says, I can't believe it's not butter. And in this modern day obsession with vegetarianism and veganism, there are brands of faux meat or, simulated meat products. So we have things like Beyond Beef and, these brands, because these marketing companies and ad companies try to give these products otherworldly, fantastical, magical type branding, because these things are abominations of nature. Just like in the Second World War, you can manipulate oil and water and create margarine. Yeah, you can take plant proteins and process them enough and add enough other chemical compounds and ingredients and God only knows what into these things. Ingredients lists are this long. And yeah, if you're a very clever chemist, organic chemist, organic biochemist, and food scientist, and all these other forms of materialist science, sure, given enough time and enough trial and error and enough experimentation, you can process plant proteins or base plant amino acids until you finally arrive at something that has some kind of resemblance to meat. Or at least it does after you then cook it and process it some more and then freeze it and then thaw it and then cook it in oil and everything else and then put it between a bun and fill it with condiments and lettuce and tomato and everything else. Then yeah, you end up with something that resembles 100% pure beef hamburger. So mechanical nature is always trying to attain godlike status. It's trying to mimic and create as the gods create, as the cosmo creators create, as divine nature is able to create. We have a former friend of ours who was, last we spoke, he was very, very excited and enthusiastic for genetically engineered, lab-grown meat. So you may know this trend. This is a trend where they basically create a culture and then they put beef cells or chicken breast cells, and then they bombard it with God only knows what enzymes or neurotransmitters and maybe electric shocks and all. Like, what they're trying to do is stimulate these cells to grow and divide and self-organize into a chicken breast that was grown in a laboratory in a petri dish. And they have succeeded to one degree or another of growing artificial meat this way. And supposedly, at least they believe, that they're giving everything that is required in order for this meat to grow and flourish and be healthy and so on and so forth. One of the things that you discover, shockingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, depending on your perspective, because it is a little bit shocking is not the right word, really. You know what it is? Unsettling. It's unnerving and to the point of being disturbing. When you look at the beef that they try to grow, but even the chicken, but you look at it, it's gray. It's like ground beef, like a beef burger patty that fell into the back of your freezer and was sitting there for who knows how many years, and then you find it and you take it out and you unwrap it and it's completely gray brown, like it's gray, and you think it's a little odd. It was red and juicy when I put it in the freezer. Isn't the freezer supposed to make things last? Well, because it was red, because it still had not it still had the blood, the elements that are in the blood, but not the physical elements, but the metaphysical elements. It still had the fire. The fire was still in it. So the beef patty went into the freezer red, and then leave it in there too long and it comes out gray because the fire has dissipated. The fire leaked out of it. The fire was leached out of it. Fire is energy. Fire must move. Fire is not good stagnant. Just like the water, it's not good stagnant. Nothing in the universe is good if you let it be stagnant. So these scientists, they don't know any of this that we're talking about here. They don't know about prana. They don't know that the fire that's in fat cells is in the water, and that in the body of the animal, that fire in the water is in the blood. Cut your arm open. There's no water that comes out of there. The symbol of this, when Christ was on the cross and the Roman soldier stabbed him with the spear of destiny, what comes out of his side was blood and water. This is significant because this was an acknowledgement that even the ancients understood this. That the fire is in the water. And that they wanted to be clear that when the blood pours out, it's the fire is pouring out. But it doesn't pour out as fire, it pours out as fire in its liquid state. So these scientists making these meat in a petri dish, they don't know how to put the fire into it. So it's dead meat. That's why when you go into a morgue, the bodies are cold. Because all that's left is the mechanical nature. The separation, the division is complete. The fire has left. And all that is left there on the slab is the mechanical aspect, the earthen vessel. Tiffany says, I'd have to measure the nutritional value of such foods, imitation meats, vegan, vegetarian, packaged foods. I can only imagine the lack of prana in these foods deplete any value they hold. And she says, it reminds me of lab nutrients, pissing money. Yeah, so the lab nutrients thing is perhaps a different issue. We don't want to get sidetracked and go down the rabbit hole of this particular topic, because this could be a live stream all on its own. But nutrients, minerals, they also have life to them, but comprehend that minerals are the most basic form of life. They're the most basic form of earth, if that's the way we want to state that. So they are alive, but they are far more resilient than plants. And this is self-evident. And plants are way more resilient than animals. You see? So what you do to a mineral and what you do to an animal cell, we're talking about orders of magnitude separation. And frankly, even what you do to plants, you see, they can take much more abuse, but they can't take hyper processing and still retain energy. So it's the mechanized industrial process that separates all of mechanical nature. If taken to the extreme, if mechanical nature takes over, then a separation will occur, because mechanical nature wants to dominate and extract. It wants to use up and really consume the fire, the divine fire. And it is that process that causes the human-like machines, the intellectual animals, the intellectual hominids, to burn. That's the burning desire. That's what burns inside of them. It's the fire that is consuming them, as it is being consumed by their mechanical nature. Because mechanical nature feeds on that fire, because all machines need energy. Your toaster will not work if you unplug it from the wall. Whatever device you're using to watch this right now, if it's on a phone, what do we say when, oh, my phone died? When do we say that? Did your phone actually die? No, the battery ran out. It ran out of juice. It ran out of power. But what do we say? The phone died. Mechanical nature, this mortal vessel, this mortal body, if it runs out of energy, it dies. But that energy is not physical. That energy is not mechanical. That energy is divine. We eat physical things. We eat the flesh of other animals, or we eat the flesh of plants, and we eat the fruit and the roots of plants. That's the flesh. Those are the bodies of those other plants. And as you pointed out, as Tiffany pointed out, we eat the bodies of minerals because we need minerals. We need salt, for instance. We need our electrolytes, magnesium, potassium, sodium, and all the other minerals that we need. But when we die, our physical body's still there. The substance is still there. The matter is there. This is what Mary Shelley explored in Frankenstein on that surface level. When he created Frankenstein, his famous Frankenstein's monster. And he was only able to imagine the creation of such a monster because of the advent of electricity. And he knew intuitively that the prana, the life force, is electric. It's not physical, meaning the energy that we get from what we eat is not physical. There are groups out there, they're called breatharians, who claim to be able to live on prana alone and solar light alone, that they practice a kind of yoga, if you will, that they are only absorbing the energy, the light from outside, and that they don't have to eat anything. This is another rabbit hole that we don't want to go down necessarily. To be honest with you, we don't know enough about the practice because we are not a practicing breatharian. There are practices in Gnosticism that allow an initiate to be able to draw in solar atoms to give ourselves an energetic boost and to give ourselves more energy for the work that we need to do. But what's coming to me right now is the realization that if somebody has to practice a yoga all day just to sustain themselves, to animate themselves, to stay alive, they're essentially focused on this one esoteric practice of absorbing solar light all day in order to keep their physical mortal vessel alive. That means they have no energy, no time, no attention available to them to focus on self-observation and self-remembering. They're so focused on their cleverness and on their mystic pride of I have transcended the need to eat. I have transcended the need to eat of the flesh of others. Look how spiritual I am. This is exactly like many yogis and others who I have mastered my physical body. Look, I can twist my body into a pretzel. Or someone who says, I'm so spiritual, I don't eat animal meat. I don't touch the bodies of animals. I'm a vegan. I don't even use any animal products because I don't participate in the suffering of others, and so on and so forth. The energy and the effort and the time and the mental investment, the emotional investment, the physical investment that they put into living like that and making such a big deal out of it and becoming identified and attached, that becomes their religion, their way of life. That's why the breatharians call themselves breatharians. It's a religion to them. It's a way of being. It's a way of life. Well, if that way of life makes you think that you're an enlightened master, because I must be super spiritual, I live on pure energy. I'm already an energy being. I'm a being of energy. Look at this. They don't comprehend that beings of light, beings of energy, don't consume energy. They radiate it. All they're doing is taking the fire that is not incorporated into the waters, and they're drawing it in, and they're incorporating fire from outside into their waters, but it's all just being consumed. They're just another intellectual hominid. And they suffer. It burns. In truth, they're dying of thirst, and they're, through cleverness and through mystic pride, they're tricking themselves through this clever black magic trick of absorbing pure sunlight and absorbing prana from the air around them. We say it's black magic because it blocks out everything else. It becomes their soul magic. And even though there's nothing inherently wrong with the practice, even Gnostics do it, but we do it for what? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes in the morning? And then we get on with our day. We don't do it 18 hours a day. A couple quick comments. Tiffany says, And as you just shared, we've successfully figured out how to remove the fire in life forms, and it shows. Yeah, so the hyper-processed food is a big one, and you know when you're eating something that's dead. You know, you can feel it if you're sensitive to that. It fills your stomach, but you have no energy to do anything. You, like sitting with a bag of Doritos in front of the TV, you can eat an entire bag of Doritos, probably 2 bags of Doritos, and A, not be satisfied, and B, not get anything out of it. Try eating too much steak. Before we continue, Kundalini King says, love the Phoenix, Atlas. It was for you, Kundalini King. It was just for you. So think about this for just one moment. Oh, Joanne gave us a couple quick hugs. Hello, Joanne. So this is a test, right? We know this from our own personal experience. So we can sit down in front of the TV with a 2-liter tub of ice cream. I guess for you Americans, that's a gallon, right? It's a good sized tub of ice cream. And like nothing, we can eat that. Now that's sugar and fat. It's cream. It's interesting because I don't think I could drink 2 liters of cream. If I mixed 2 liters of cream with a couple cups of sugar, could I drink that? I don't think so. Maybe it's not really 2 liters of cream. Maybe there's a lot of air in there because of the churning process, right? You slowly freeze the cream and the sugar, and you have salt in there, and the way that all it allows it to become fluffy, right? So I've never tried letting ice cream completely melt, like a whole 2-liter tub of ice cream or a gallon of ice cream. I've never left it out and let it melt to see how much cream is actually in there. Maybe it's only half, but still, half a gallon of milk, or half a gallon of cream, and who knows how much sugar is in there, and yet can eat that no problem. Try eating that much steak or that much roast. It's you're gonna tap out. You're gonna max out, and not just because you're physically full. You're going to feel like overwhelmed. You're going to be feeling like sick to your stomach because there's so much energy, there's so much fire in meat. Your body's going to be saying, whoa, 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 hang on a second. We've got enough. We can't handle all this fire. We can't process all this fire. Take it easy. The other aspect, of course, that's just coming to me now as I mentioned that, how is it that one can eat a gallon of ice cream, but not an equivalent quantity of steak? Could also be that the steak, there's no sugar in it, and it's protein, right? There's some protein in ice cream, but it's mostly fat and sugar. The amount of fire is less in ice cream than it is in steak. And that's what we were trying to point out. So, and ice cream is, the churning process and everything else. It's questionable how much of the fire is left in that ice cream. Just like the bag of Doritos. A bag of Doritos have how many calories? And it's interesting because how they calculate these calories is that they put things into essentially an oven and light them on fire and see how much fire they get out of them. But again, that's physical fire. Physical calories have nothing to do with the fire that we need to live, the energy that we actually live on. It's not in the physical calories. So to put that another way, there is a relationship, there is an energy and a relationship between divine fire and mechanical nature and mechanical fire. And it is through water that transmutation can take place, where divine fire transforms into physical matter, and that physical matter contains fire on the level of physicality. The fire crystallizes into matter, and the process that allows this to take place is water, in us anyway. And the reverse is true, that you can release energy chemically from physical matter, and you get this phenomenon that we call physical fire. But you can't do that with water, because there's metaphysical fire. And the materialist scientists, where they fall down, and why materialist healthcare falls down, is that they are completely ignorant of metaphysical energy. They have no way of knowing, no way of measuring, no way of explaining what we were talking earlier about meat goes into the freezer red and comes out gray. They just assume that, well, it got old, it aged out. Obviously, some people are feeling hungry. Azazel says, well, spicy Doritos do have some fire. No, that's not fire. If you think you're Swedish, so a couple drops of Tabasco sauce, and you're already running for the water fountain. I'm Hungarian. Spicy Doritos are not spicy. They do not have any fire. And Kundalini King says, you're making me want ice cream cake. Well, there you go. Let's shift away from all of this talk of fire and food and physical nature and all this kind of stuff, because clearly this is also a rabbit hole that we could dive down and we could spend a great deal of time on. However, If you are interested in this, there is a series on Glorian called Healthy Spirituality. And in that lecture series, if we can maybe pull it up and show it to you. It's called Healthy Spirituality. And the instructor who gives the course is the spouse of Anthony. It's one of the Gnostic instructors, his wife, right? So she goes through in this course not just fire, but also air and earth and water, all of the elements, and which foods are rich in which elements. So, for example, grapes are very high in air, and meat is very high in fire, that obviously we've been talking about already. And so there are other types of foods that are more grounded in certain elements, and how in a Gnostic point of view, you have to eat everything because you need all four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. But these are on the metaphysical level because we have to feed our metaphysical bodies, because we are divine beings in a earthen vessel, in a physical vessel. This is all of materialist science has everything upside down and backwards, believing that this is the foundation. That's completely wrong. It's totally wrong. So when we eat, and people think that they can get all the protein they need from plants, maybe they can, because they're not working with their waters and they're not working with their fires. Or they're eating plants that have enough fire in them. But that's not necessarily protein, because as Azazel was pointing out, spicy foods have fire. Banana peppers, red peppers, and all that stuff has fire. And really, this is a nice segue to where we really want to focus today's talk, and that is the fires of passion. Because when you think of spicy foods, they may evoke in your mind Spanish culture, Latino culture. They like their spicy foods, Mexican food, and so on and so forth. They like their heat. And they are also, generally speaking, recognized as having a more fiery temperament. They're passionate. Just look at their dancing, right? Tango and salsa and merengue, and they also live in climates that are hot. And one might think, if you live in a hot climate, why would you want all this fire? We know, for example, that in the part of the world where Azazel lives, Azazel and his countrymen and his neighbors around him, they think Doritos are spicy. Ask a Mexican if they think spicy Doritos are spicy, or ask a Hungarian if we think spicy Doritos are spicy. But to someone living in Northern Europe, Mild salsa is spicy. Azazel says, we think apples are spicy. uh, you know you're in trouble when you respond to this and say, we think cream cheese is spicy. So there's a fire that we have in our bellies. And that fire burns. Fire burns. Fire is going to burn, period. We are mortals. And that burning fire we experience as suffering. If you really feel into suffering most of the time, if you can reach it, if it's in your subconscious mind and you're experiencing depression, it's very hard to feel that suffering as fire. Why? Because all your fire is being drained out of you. And ego is raging in your subconscious mind. It's anger. It's a fiery anger. Anger is fiery. But it's sucking that fire out of you. It's consuming your fire in order to manifest its program. Remember, it's just a toaster. It's burning your toast. What the hell is it burning it with? Your toaster needs electricity. Your toaster needs your fire in order to burn your toast. That's anger. But that's every ego. That's every desire. This is very important to understand, that an ego cannot function because it's a machine. It cannot function without power. And if that ego is attached to you, is in your mind and in your heart and in your body, in order for that ego to be able to run its program, it has to have power. And you are its power source. Your divine energy, your divine power. That's what your egos feed on. And what do? When they feed on that power, they burn. Because as we were describing, the relationship, the transformation of energy is universal. And as divine energy is transferred and crystallizes and become matter, that fire is in that matter. And then in the transmutation process, like the transmutation, the extraction of the fire from the waters, which is speaking of food, pardon me. It seems my body is having difficulty extracting some fire from the food. As fire becomes matter and matter becomes fire again, there's that transmutation process that takes place. And there is a burning effect. So when you burn the energy and then you're left with something material, like we were talking about the pottery in the kiln, you apply the heat, you apply the fire, and you transmute the earth and the water into earthenware, a ceramic. You crystallize it, you harden it. It's very similar to the process of tempering steel, where you're forging steel, but you're folding it and you're pounding it with a hammer and you're putting it into what? First the fire, and then you pound it, and then what do? You quench it. You dunk it in water. And then you take it out of the water and then you put it back in the fire. And you heat it up, and then you pound it some more, and then you quench it again. And you just repeat this process over and over and over again. On the Alm of Life, we don't have this beautiful, elegant spinning thing like the pottery wheel or like the wood turning that we've had before to actually show the spinning and the turning of the revolutions of the Alm of Life. But ask a blacksmith of how many times he takes that metal utensil that he is forging, and how many times it goes from water to fire to anvil to water to fire to anvil to water to fire to anvil. Ask him how many times he goes through that cycle, that process. It's the Alm of Life. So you have these egos then, that in order for them to execute their program, which is always to dominate and proliferate, because they're machines, they're parasites, they're like mold, they're like cancer. And really, cancer is another version of this, another form of this. It's a biological ego, to put it, it's a physical, biological expression, a cellular expression of what egos are doing metaphysically. So in the consumption of your power, they have to burn that in order to be able to use it, in order to be able to make it part of themselves. And so that energy is wasted. It's gone. It's consumed. And they can never be satisfied, because how they get our energy and how they get our attention, our consciousness, is through desire. That is their modus operandi. And then the more we feed them, the more they copy themselves, or the more they grow. And then the greater their appetite, or the greater the demand on the energy, because they're duplicating or they're growing. And the bigger they get, the more energy they're going to draw. So this is very similar to computer viruses, that malware gets into your system and it starts making copies of yourself, and it starts filling up your hard drive with copies of itself. And as it's running, it's actually slowing down your processing power, because it's eating in to your computer's processing power. It is exploiting your system resources. And so those who are ruled by their mechanical nature, they are constantly hungry. They are constantly thirsty. And they keep their egos at bay, so to speak, by feeding them from outside of themselves. So, but the reason, let's try to phrase that differently, because that didn't come out right. That's not correct. Their egos are feeding on their divine energy. The egos are sucking the life out of them. The egos are stealing all their fire, and the egos are preventing them from connecting to their well, the wellspring inside of them. And that well, the fire is in the waters. So if you can't, it's the same analogy, right? You have to drill down into the earth to reach the water, but the fire is in the water. So that's why we mentioned you also have to drill down into the earth to get the oil. And in the earth, water and oil don't mix, because on the level of mechanical nature, they don't mix that way. On the level of the mineral kingdom, oil and water don't mix. So oil and water in the earth, in the mineral kingdom, are separate. So that's why we have to drill both oil wells and water wells to get that which humanity needs, because humanity needs water and humanity needs power, humanity needs energy. That's why we have to drill both of those wells. But in a biological organism, in the animal kingdom, we have the source of fire is in the water, because in us, water and oil are mixed. And we showed that because the way of our storing our energy is in fat, which in us is mostly water. But in the earth stores its energy as oil. The earth, mechanical nature, can't burn water. It burns oil. It can only burn water as an animal, and as a warm-blooded animal at that, because cold-blooded animals, they do have to sun themselves. They cannot extract energy. They cannot extract heat and energy from what they eat. That's why you see painted turtles have to come up from under the water, and they climb out on the rocks, and they climb out onto the riverbanks, and they stretch their necks out, and they sit for hours completely motionless in the sun. What are they doing there? They're absorbing energy. They're absorbing the solar light. They're absorbing the fire. The metaphysical fire, if you will. The solar light. Plants absorb light. That's how they eat. They absorb the water and the minerals through the soil, but then they need the solar light in order to transmute and transform through the process that creates their flesh. So the transmutation, the transformation of energy into different forms is taking place at all the different levels of nature in completely different ways. And it manifests in completely different ways. So in the mineral kingdom, you have a very slow and stable, simple metabolism, if you will. It's the highest forms of monads, or the most evolved forms in the mineral kingdom, we might say, are crystals. And there again, crystals rely on external sources of energy, and they rely on water to grow and to form and to. So for crystals to grow, Master Samael famously said, in order for that which must be dissolved to be dissolved and that which must crystallize to crystallize, the water must boil at 100 degrees. Kundalini King says the hydrogen from water can burn. It's called electrolysis. Yes, that's true. That's true. But the energy that requires that you require to input into that, the fire required to get the hydrogen and water to separate is almost as much or as much as the energy that you get from the hydrogen that you burn afterwards. I'm not saying it's impossible. There are clever ways to do it. And there are people, for example, there is ways to do it. There are people who made engines that run on water, and not even like special water, heavy water or something. They ran on tap water. So there are ways to do it, right? We're saying that the water is in the fire. We're not saying that, but water doesn't burn in its present state. So the fire has to be extracted from the water. And you're right, electrolysis is one way to do that. But there are other ways to do that. For example, you can split the hydrogen atom, which is another topic entirely. But that's how much fire is in matter. When you split an atom, and you can destroy a city. Again, we keep getting sidetracked down into physical science and everything else. But it's all related, right? That's why we're saying there's levels and levels to this, and it's all related. And if we keep jumping back into the physical, it's not because we want to turn this into some kind of a science lesson. It's because if it helps us understand the relationship that mechanical nature has to energy versus divine nature. And perhaps the simplest way to understand it. So Kundalini says 2 hydrogens make helium. Again, you're right, of course. And helium doesn't burn. It's hydrogen that burns. But listen, this isn't a chemistry lesson, right? So this is all interesting. It's not a physics lesson, right? Okay, let's stick with this word, right? Let's talk about alchemy. But it's important to understand not the physics, not the chemistry, not the other stuff. It's important to understand this, that mechanical nature uses energy and wastes energy. It consumes energy. Why? Because it's mechanical and it can't live without it. And the energy that it can't live without is divine energy. Metaphysical energy is the source of life. There is no internally consistent mechanism of mechanical nature that runs itself. This is what people have tried for millennia to create is a perpetual motion machine. A machine that generates enough energy that it can feed itself. And the reason why this cannot work, or if it does work, so people have claimed to be able to do it. But if they're doing it, they are drawing on metaphysical energy and they just don't know it. There are configurations on which this can work, but that's because they're accessing 0 point energy. And that really is again, we're turning this into a science lesson, but it's just coming down to the essence. The important thing to remember is that mechanical nature consumes. It creates, it procreates. It cannot create. It procreates. And mechanical evolution can change and alter organisms. It cannot create organisms. Mechanical nature cannot create organisms. It can create hybrids. It can create mutants, mutations, but it cannot create a new organism. It has no mechanicity is limited by to the degree it can create. It can only procreate. That's because it is entropic. Any apparent self-organizational capabilities of mechanical nature are, even if they appear to be positive, ultimately they can grow and self-organize and grow positively, but invariably they hit a wall, they hit their limit, and then they reverse and they fall into entropy. And this entire process consumes energy. Now, it can create elements that obviously they have fire in them, as we've stated, but the fire that's in them, mechanical nature doesn't put it there. That fire is divine in nature, and that the transmutation from divine to mechanical is constantly happening in different ways. And the transmutation that we want to focus on is harnessing the creative energy, the fire from our own waters, our sexual waters. That's that wellspring within us. So understanding, oh, hang on, we're going to take a pause here just for a second. Kundalini says, you'll have to forgive me, was just watching a lecture on human DNA, mitochondrial DNA in particular, accelerator. He says it's I can email you the link. You'll love it. Okay. So we were working with a friend of ours, workshopping some stuff for a new. We mentioned to you that we're involved in a campaign for May that relates to artificial intelligence, artists and artificial intelligence. Well, we have refined our approach to that. And in the process of that refinement, we were discussing with our friend and colleague who we are working together with on this project. And we were talking about our precious creative energy. Our creative energy, our life force, our vitality, the sexual force. That's the creative force. And the older we get, the more we become aware of how precious our energy is. And how limited it is. We don't have unlimited energy. And to be creative, to draw water from the well, it takes a lot of energy. To carry water takes a lot of energy. It's backbreaking work. It's interesting. You have these women in Africa carrying these huge jugs of water on their head back to the village. And they carry this for miles. And very often they do that, or they learned how to do that because they also had like a child in their arms or something else, but also because the upper body strength of a woman is not that of a man. But it's just not practical to try to carry a jug of water in your hands. Not getting into the mechanics of all of that and the skills of tribal people around the world to carry water. But the point is that, metaphysically speaking, drawing the truth, drawing your gifts from your wellspring and delivering them to the world through your earthen vessel takes a lot of fire. You're giving birth to that water which was in the earth but is now being brought to the surface and being put to use. That's a transmutation, because within you, through the consciousness, we're talking about divine mind of being. We're talking about manas. We're not talking about the rational mind here. We're talking about divine mind, what some people call the overmind or Buddha mind. You're bringing that down into the world of form. That is a form of transmutation, but really it's a form of crystallization. You're bringing that from that which is formless and you're putting it into some form such that you can share it. So in the formation of that requires a tremendous amount of energy, and it's a creative process. You are the one creating that new form of that ineffable, subtle, formless essence. You see, it's not by accident that we called this channel Atlas in Formation. You are not coming here to just feed your intellect. And you're not coming here to listen to somebody who's rhyming off things or reading from a script or some prepared something, or you're coming here because you wish to partake and engage in an experience, in a process where the ineffable is coming into formation before your eyes. You are witnessing a creative process. You are witnessing someone drawing from the well and pouring it into your cup. And very often you perhaps not so well because of the medium that we're working with, but certainly we feel the intensity the passion, the heat, the fire. And we feel the burning need to be here, bringing all this into formation. This is something that we need to do. It's like oil under pressure deep in the earth, or magma that desperately wants to erupt and become a volcano and give birth to new members of the mineral kingdom who are still in an embryonic state as magma. They're in a liquid form, but they want to crystallize. And it's that eruption. There's that intensity and fire, and that's a kind of an explosion. It's a whole different kind of transfer of fire and into transmutation of fire into earth, and there's a whole other form of science there. There's many ways that we can contemplate this, meditate on this. And in our life, we want to recognize that what are we doing that we're doing out of a burning need? What are we doing out of a burning desire? And what are we doing to just kill time and we're just burning ourselves and we're burning up creative energy? Because everything that we do burns energy, uses energy. The fire is going to flow. And if it doesn't flow up an atom, it flows down and out. We should, in our self-observation, we should be aware of how we are using our energy, what we are using our energy on, who we are using our energy for, and in particular, what psychological aggregates, what egos inside of us are using up our energy. All of this factors into self-observation and self-awareness, what we call mindfulness. And then what follows from this, when you observe this in yourself, you start to become more aware, more conscious, more cognizant of who you're giving your precious energy away to and what you're frittering away your precious energy on. And the older you get, the more acute this becomes. It becomes far more important because it's especially, you begin to notice it the more you work on those projects, those aspects, because you have a burning need to do them. You have a passion to do them. You notice how little energy you have available to you when you start living your bliss, when you allow the fires inside of you to express as a passion for creating for the sake of others. It's when you're working on drawing from the well and giving it to and serving it to others. In whatever way, shape, or form that takes. Because as you have such a project to work on, and then you do, let's say, what they call high intensity interval training. We did a bout of this on Friday. And this is a super intense, type of training. And we were doing it with weights. And it was only 20 minutes. But we were unable to do anything all day. It was only until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon that we had recovered our enough energy that we could start being productive again in a creative way. The intensity of exercise that they say is so good for your heart, maybe, but it comes at a cost. It comes at a price that they don't mention, that they don't talk about. Why? Because most people are not water bearers. Most people do not have creative lives. Most are baptized in water alone. They're not baptized in fire. They spend all day wasting their creative energy on all sorts of pursuits, but they're asleep. So they don't even pay attention. They don't even notice. And if they get lethargic or slothy or, oh God, drained or whatever, this, that, and the other thing, well, then they go for the coffee or they go for the energy drink or whatever. And they somehow manage to keep themselves animated like a zombie or like Frankenstein until they can get home and then do another mindless activity in front of browsing the TV or browsing the internet or watching TV or binging Netflix or whatever the case may be. But they're just constantly leaking energy all day, every day. And they can get lethargic and feel drained, but they don't experience what those who are baptized in fire experience if we let ourselves become drained of our creative force. So we were telling you about writing our book, and we were mentioning how when we were writing our book, we were getting up at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's usually our meditation time. And instead of meditating, we got up, we sat down in front of the computer, and we started typing. Our book is a product of meditation. At most, we could write 3-4 hours a day at most. The rest of the day, just, we did the mechanical things, the mindless things, the non-creative things. and then we try to do things that rejuvenate ourselves. So for going for a walk, for example, and so on and so forth. Something like high intensity interval training, one should never do something like that in the morning. One should never, if someone is on the path of fire that we're talking about here today, the path of the phoenix, the creative path, the being baptized in fire, one must never do any activity in the morning that drains your creative force. Unless it is your passion, your activity, your mission, your purpose in life, unless it is the drawing from the water and sharing it with others. This is what is our priority. And if for whatever reason we can't do that in the morning, if for whatever reason that our life's work happens in the afternoon or the evening, then any other intense activity of any kind that uses too much focus, too much concentration, too much anything that consumes too much of our precious creative energy, we have to really be careful and manage our energy throughout the day. Because there's nothing worse than sitting down and saying, okay, I've got a lot of work to do. And you know you have a lot of work to do. And you know you have to do it. And you sit down and you have nothing to do it with. And it's not because you didn't eat. And it's not because you didn't sleep. And it has nothing to do with any type of, it has nothing to do with your physical vessel. If you're on the path of fire and you're conscious and you do things consciously, with self-observation, with concentration, like you do everything like you should be, observing yourself, remembering yourself, and then you do high intensity interval training, there goes your creative energy for that day. Don't be surprised if you don't have the energy. And I'm not talking about physical energy necessarily, because we can have plenty of physical energy. But we don't have the fire to do what we need to do. We can't muster up the passion. We can't muster up, we can't draw the water from the well. We don't have the, what's the right word? We don't have the motivation. You can feel like you've had enough food, sleep, everything else. You don't feel tired. You're not tired. You're not drained physically, the mortal vessel, and yet you sit down at the computer with every intention of being creative, of doing your work, and then you just can't do it. Because what you are bringing into the world is not physical. You're crystallizing the divine into physical form. That's a process of transmutation. But that requires the fire, the divine fire, in order to make that happen. And if you've burned away, if you've used up that divine fire doing something mechanical, like, oh, I don't know, exercising too much, too long, too hard, because that's another thing you can do. Get up in the morning and, oh, I jog 2.5 hours, 3 hours every morning. Or I do like a intense squash game every morning. one of the reasons why we don't do well meditating at night is because we spend all day working with our fire and working with our waters, transmuting all that we have, bringing it into the world of form. And so by the time we get to the evening, we can lie down and close our eyes and we can go through the motions, but we can never get to the same intensity, to the same depths, to the same level as when we wake up first thing in the morning. We don't even get out of bed. 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And what we do is we take the pillow out from under our head. We have two pillows, so we take one pillow out. So now our head is like basically, it's not on the mattress, but it's just raised just a little bit. So our spine is as straight as it can be, and we sleep on a very hard mattress so that our spine is supported, but it's as straight and flat as can be. And if we have too many covers on, we take a cover off so we don't overheat when we're doing our pranayama. We don't start to sweat or get uncomfortable that way. But we immediately start working with our fire, working with our energy, because it's first thing in the morning. And that's when we know, number one, we're in the sleepy state. Our physical body has not started grasping for and using up our divine energy yet. Our machine is still sleeping. In fact, we have one of these, these smartwatches. It's not a smartwatch. It's just a fitness tracker. It's really a glorified step tracker is what it is. But one of the things that it does is it monitors your sleep. It monitors your blood pressure, or not blood pressure, your heartbeat, your heart rate. And it also determines, like, for example, when your body is in a sleeping state. So it can tell you how many hours of sleep you had. For us, we can wake up having only slept 5 hours or 6 hours, meditate for an hour. Our watch will say that we slept for 7 hours. When you meditate properly, your body should be sleeping. And if you have one of these devices, this device will report that your body was sleeping. Your heart rate was that low. And even if you were doing pranayama, this is why we don't subscribe to the rigorous pranayama, like the heavy stuff and where it becomes like a physical exercise. No, we don't subscribe to that. We've never subscribed to that. And it was when we read Swami Sivananda's description of pranayama that we heard from a master. We got from a master a validation of what we knew intuitively already was the case, is that you want to be able to do pranayama when your physical body is sleeping. And you want to meditate in that semi-sleepy state where you're not sleeping. No, your consciousness is awake, but your body is asleep. And for us, that's first thing in the morning. And we are the most productive in the morning. And very often, like this morning, we woke up and we looked at the clock. And we said, okay, we got a good hour of meditation before we get up. And we did our pranayama, about 10, 15 minutes, something like that. And again, when you do your pranayama in this way, then your pranayama is part of your meditation. You're already slipping into meditation when you get really comfortable and really practiced at doing pranayama in this way without any effort, the absolute minimal effort, just the relaxation, concentration, visualization, and the prayer, but not because you're praying with words in your head or anything. You're just remembering your Divine Mother. You're remembering what you are circulating with. You're circulating the fire of the Holy Spirit. And the fire of the Holy Spirit is Shiva Shakti, divine feminine and divine masculine. We should have said that backwards. Divine masculine and divine feminine, because Shiva Shakti is masculine feminine. So you're working with the fires of the Holy Spirit, the Pentecostal fires, the baptismal fires. And so we finished our pranayama, and then we got about 2 or 3 minutes meditation after that, and it was like, nope, get up. Because we had work to do. And we had something to create. Some people have made a case that you can do what they call waking meditation. And your whole life can be a meditation, they say. And they're confusing mindfulness with meditation. However, there's a caveat to that. And the caveat is when you are following your bliss, when you are performing your passion, and when you are bringing forth that which is in you into the world of form, you are transmuting that fire into a form of matter for the sake of others. That act is a form of meditation. When you do those activities, which are working with your creative fire and bringing them into the world for the sake of others, that is, or it can be, depending on how you practice it, how you perform it. So this is how, in many religions and in many cultures, we have, for example, the ritualization of things. What comes into our mind is tea ceremony. Whether it's Chinese or Japanese, this is a practice that we even described last week. And it's a transformative transmutation practice, or it's a ritual of that. Because you're boiling the water and then you are combining it with the tea leaves, and then the extracting the essence of the tea. It's this transmutation that takes place. If somebody works in a tea house in Japan, this is their job, but more than that, maybe it's their tea house. Maybe they were born to do tea ceremony. And this is their passion. This is all they love. And they just love tea and serving tea. Then that for them could be a meditation. And for others who are just baptized in water, well, they don't, generally speaking, they don't meditate anyway. And even if they think they're meditating, they're not really meditating, because real meditation, true meditation, is a practice of information. It is transmuted. It's a transmutation. Meditation is all spiritual practice is transforming the fire, and it's bringing it into our mortal form. That is a transmutation. And it requires sacrifice. It requires suffering. We burn for the privilege, for the right to be able to do what we love to do. We're willing to burn for it. We're willing to suffer and even die to be able to bring that which is within us, to bring it forth into the world. And in truth, everyone has the potential, the capacity to do this to some level, to some degree, because everyone can muster up passion for something, even if it's just their own children, and they're passionate for their spouse, their husband, their wife, their family, their pets, their close friends. But a lot of these things, they don't really qualify as a meditation, do they? But a potter on a wheel, or a blacksmith, or someone who has mastered something, and they really well and truly have mastered it. They put their heart and soul into a vocation, into a job, a life's work. When they're doing that life's work, that can be a meditation. For others who are baptized in water, for them, they have hobbies and interests and things that they're passionate about. And sometimes their hobbies and interests and so on become more like obsessions. And then they become really passionate about something which is frivolous, is pointless. Like the blokes over in the UK with their football, or any sports fan, any fanatic. They go to all the home games. They buy a season pass and they attend all the home games, and they paint their face, and they're jumping up and down, and they're yelling and screaming, and they're having this quasi-religious experience, cheering on the home team. How much fire are they using up in that process? Or rather, what is it in them that's consuming that fire and wasting it, and presenting them with this false idol to worship? They worship the home team, and they're in a stadium with, 15,000 or 25,000 or however many other fanatics are there, and they're all pouring their energy, flushing it down the toilet. For what? Honestly, for what? And the same can be said of all idolatry. An idol is a representation, is a mechanical, physical symbol, representation of a divine metaphysical source of truth, light, love, and energy. But when people become obsessed with the idol, with the symbol, and they pour their passion into the idol, into the symbol, or into their belief, instead of into what the idol and the symbol represents, then their fire burns them in the wrong way, and the fire goes out. And they get burnt as it goes out. Whereas the one who sees the symbol and connects to that which the symbol represents, that which is beyond the symbol, we too burn. But the burning we feel is passion, sacrifice, service. We'll take it. Why? Because of the promise, and because of the knowledge, because of the faith. Because when we connect with and unite with what's behind the symbol, we know we're on the phoenix path. And we know that when we burn up all that we are, and all that's left is a pile of ashes, the phoenix is going to be born from that. And that's what it means to be reborn. We are reborn only if we've perished, only if we've died. But what kind of death? Was it a good death? We watched Shogun, and it's about samurai and so on and so forth. And at many times throughout the movie, they were talking about, well, was it a good death? And it became twisted and corrupted in the Japanese feudal system. But a good death originally meant an honorable death. An honorable death was a death of service. Now that became twisted and corrupted, and it ended up with ritual suicide called seppuku. Oh, that's just stupid. There's no good death in seppuku. That's pride and narcissism, and that's not a good death. There's no such thing as good suicide. That's just stupid. That's a corruption. But again, all things end up that way. All things on the physical plane fall into entropy. So there's no getting around that. But suffering and sacrificing for others and giving your life for others, obviously, that is a good death. That's what Jesus showed us. That's what the saints showed us, many of the martyrs. But we know, we revere that. All of us who are baptized in fire have reverence for those who give of themselves and give their life for the sake of others. And we also admire and want to be with or want to be touched by those who are bringing forth and putting into form beauty and truth that touches us, that moves us, that brings tears to our eyes. And these are the artists. the creators, the poets, the philosophers, the writers, the musicians, and yes, the performers, the actors who dig deep within themselves and either alone or together with others, they produce something that we can experience, that we feel that we've been touched by God. That spirit, that fiery Holy Spirit, they have put it into form, and now it's there in that artifact, in that medium, whatever medium that they're working in. Because that's the incredible miracle of all of this, is that through the efforts and the suffering and the sacrifice and the toil, right? The work, the time, the energy, the effort, we put that fire, that passion into bringing that water into some earthen vessel that people can drink from and that quenches their thirst. That vessel can take just about any form. A teacup, a teapot, a water bottle, and you can make soup with water. You can make ice cubes. You can make Jell-O. You can make any number of things. You can boil eggs, right? So the water you draw up from the well, you can grow crops. You can have a mineral spring bath. You can give people saunas. Like, there's an infinite number of uses and forms that that water can take that you drew up from your well. It's the same with anything. If you have a vocation, and that's your life's work, and you live it in the way that we're describing with this passion, and you're using those creative fires, and you're passionate and you're suffering and you're sacrificing in order to make the best possible whatever that you're doing, and the best that you can do, the best to your ability, then that's that process of bringing into the world of form that which is formless, bringing spirit and imbuing into the world of form. You're bringing spirit. We all know the difference. We all know what it feels like to partake in something which was made with love, which was made with care, devotion, dedication, a sense of service, a sense of pride in work, pride in workmanship. And we don't mean that in the negative sense of the word pride. There's a kind of a pride of workmanship is like sitting back and honoring what was inside of you that worked through you, and you sit back and kind of marvel at this thing that you've brought into the world. In some ways, This has to be what a mother and a father experience moments after a mother gives birth to their first child. It must be similar, where, you know, you've birthed a new soul into flesh and blood, and that little body came from you and your husband. It, admittedly, his contribution was very small, but it had to be there. And you see, there's a pride that new parents must feel that I've never felt. I don't have any children, and I won't have any children. Very likely I won't have any children. Never say never. But on the path of the phoenix, on the alchemical path of fire, when one is on the path of the bodhisattva, one is gestating a master. There's a very, very subtle line that, because we don't ever want to fall into mystic pride, because that's all too common and all too easy. But that's where the word honor comes in. Because when you sit back and you experience that pride of workmanship, as an artist, as a creator of whatever it is that you do. You could be a culinary artist, right? You could be a chef. You could be a massage therapist. You could be someone who is an attendant in a spa. And your whole purpose there is to make the guests feel as comfortable and as welcome and as relaxed and feel as much well-being as they can. And maybe that's your vocation, to do that. As Tiffany says here, I'll take the mineral bath and steam sauna, please. And she says, throw in a salt scrub and I'm good. Kundalini King says, that was beautiful. And he also says, I think he just came close to touching a god. If you feel that, then we're doing our job. We're doing our job. And I am honored and humbled to be a part of that process. And it is our honor to be here doing this work, because it is Alux that we are bringing into formation. Yes, it's Atlas in formation, of course, but Atlas too is just a messenger, is just a vessel. But we're just not at that level yet. We're just not there yet where we could call this alux in information. But it is that. It is that. It's just Atlas information is more humble. It's more, and it's more accessible. And it represents the service, the sacrifice, the job, because everybody understands what Atlas does. In the Greek pantheon, Atlas is always shown carrying the world on his shoulders. And Atlas is what you get when you take the I and the apostrophe, the identification and the attachment out of Attila's. It's not Attila's life's work anymore. It's Atlas in formation. Take the I out of it, and identification and attachment out of it. When you do that, you're left with humility. So honor that pride of workmanship. There's nothing wrong with creating something and marveling at what you helped create. It came through you, but with your hands and your effort and your energy and your focus and your concentration and you made this happen. It's not, pride of workmanship is not, oh, look, I'm such hot shit, and whoa, look what I did, and whoo, let the world bow down before me. Nobody's ever made anything this cool. No, it's not that. It's that pride that says, yeah, I did a good hard day's work, and look at the results. It's honor, it's valor, it's the virtuous, ineffable virtuous kind of pride that's not, it's not selfish pride. It's selfless pride, if there even is such a thing. This is such an ineffable quality. There's got to be a better way for, and maybe it really is humility. But it's a kind of humility that makes you feel so fulfilled. It's so satisfying. It's a kind of satisfaction that you can only get from producing something that you are proud of, right? Like new parents are allowed to be proud of their kid, right? They see, the kid accomplishes something in the world. As a 2-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, they see their child in the school play or something. And of course, they're proud parents. But that doesn't mean that they're narcissistic. It doesn't mean that they're selfish. It doesn't mean that they're thinking about themselves. No. They're proud of it's a proud moment for those parents. That's my child. That's my baby. Yeah, we are a little bit, aren't we? And maybe we are because of the sadness that we face, the suffering that we are feeling these days, as we have been we're going to get personal now. I first learned of my real name in high school. And shortly after that was born a vision. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Benjamin. That vision we called Atlas Arts. Because at that time, the fire burned in our belly to be on stage. Thank you, Joanne. We loved the theater. As Asel says, he moves from 5-meter Swedish distance to 3 meters. You see, we were a great appreciator of music, of art, of movies, but also theater. Whatever moved me, anything that gave me that feeling that I was being touched by God, that God was speaking to me. And those incredible being moved in that way. And how my life was guided and unfolded from one precious moment like that to another, to another, to another. They were like little islands in the South Pacific. And I was swimming from one to the other, to the other, to the other. Or I was lost in the desert. And each one of these moments were an oasis, a precious oasis on my journey through the desert. And each one gave me more direction. And it not only nourished me with those waters, but it refreshed me, and it reinvigorated me, and it gave me strength, and it gave me the ability to keep going, to leave that water behind, that oasis behind, and go back out into the desert where the sun burns in the desert. But I knew I had this desert to cross, and I had to face the fire. And I said to myself, if one day I could help others experience what I experience, and if I could touch others the way I have been touched, then I can create oases in the desert for those who are being burned, for those who are lost in the desert. And for all those dying of thirst. And because I wasn't musical, but I had the gift of words, and I had this fire, and I had this physical presence, and this voice, and this warrior-like demeanor. And I grew up in tough love. And when I stepped out on stage and performed Shakespeare, and that energy, that spirit, the Holy Spirit that's in the words, were coming and flowing through me and my entire body was a conduit. I was a vessel of truth and light. And I experienced that early on. And I said, this is it. This is it. This is what I was born to do. I was born to be on a stage or on a screen or working with a team of people and putting timeless universal truths, that ineffable, formless, universal, binding, uniting, inspiring fire, and putting it into formation, into some form that others can experience and be touched by that spirit through the experience, through the sharing. And because my passion was dramatic arts and everything else, and so it was going to be Atlas Arts. That was 35 years ago. And for 10 years, I pursued that. I went to university for English and drama. And for 10 years, that was my dream. And then at the age of 25, I ended up in Japan. And my whole life, changed. And for the next 25 years, I'd be wandering in the desert. And now, this May, there's a campaign that we are working on called This May Free Art. Before we continue, Kundalini King says, hope. And Azazel says, well, I ain't dead yet being in the desert. We might as well enjoy the weather. And he says, remember, it's all happening under the sun. And Azazel says, you sweet, shiny soul, thank you. I hear what you're saying and how that must have felt at that time and now. This may free art. May spelled M-A-I, so it actually reads this may I free art. AI free art. And it's happening in May, just a few days away, for an entire month. And we're not going to drag you down into the weeds on this with the details of what has emerged, but through a serendipitous turn of events, we are going to be running this campaign, and the focus is going to be 2 hashtags. This may free art, and the second hashtag is going to be support conscious art. Support conscious arts. Support conscious arts. And the brand that we're going to be associating with this May campaign and a future campaign, which will be coming in August, it's going to be Atlas Conscious Arts. That which was born 35 years ago. And what appears to be coming together is our mandate is going to be to help others imbue their life's work, their vocation, their creative vocation, their art, whatever it may be. We are going to help them achieve the next level of their mastery, of their artistry. And it doesn't matter even if their art is science. If they are bringing something into the world, if they are bringing something into formation, and they feel that burning fire to do so. But they're lost in the desert. And you may be asking, how are you going to do it? How are you going to do this? Because we cannot charge for the teaching. We are a bodhisattva. We are on the path of the phoenix. And the fire that we have to give, there's no charging anyone for this fire. The sun does not charge. There is no transaction taking place. The sun shines, the sun gives. This is the nature of Christ. This is the nature of Alux. But there is a way. There is a way. Years ago now, we said we're not here to be fishers of men. We're here to be fishers of fishermen. There is a scourge, a mechanical, diabolical monstrosity that is emerging, that is being compiled, that is metastasizing in the IT world as we speak. They euphemistically refer to it as generative AI. Sorry, they euphemistically refer to it as generative AI. We can't even say it without tripping over it. Why? Because it's a lie. It's not generative AI, it's degenerative AI. And people are being, on the one hand, exploited, and human creative capital being scraped and ground up in the great mechanical meat grinder of degenerative AI. And on the other hand, there's all these people who are being hypnotized and mesmerized by the fever dreams that it shits out on the other side. But those fever dreams are completely and totally and utterly devoid of spirit. AI is a gigantic IT mechanical meat grinder. And what it's spitting out on the other side is the soylent green of the human soul. It is the human spirit being ground up and spat out in reasonably shiny, glossy facsimiles that are hypnotizing and mesmerizing and duping all of these people lost in the desert. It's serving them Kool-Aid. It's serving them soda pop, Mountain Dew, and energy drinks. when the creative spirit of a humanity dies, that humanity is done. That humanity is dead. And all those people in the desert who are dying of thirst, who are just a drop, just a sip from the eternal wellspring. For them would be an oasis. But the big machine doesn't make art anymore. It makes content. And its newest mechanical monstrosity makes the worst, coldest, soulless content there is. And the most insidious kind, a fever dream, some weird technicolor IT psychedelic trip that is fascinating and hypnotizing and mesmerizing and trapping tens upon hundreds of thousands of people who believe that they too now can be great creators and great artists because of this powerful new tool at their fingertips. And they're flooding the internet with more and more and more content that is devoid of any true artistic merit, artistic talent, discipline, or hard work, or it's devoid of human spirit. It has no fire. It's just Doritos of the art world in a way that we've never experienced it before. Because let's face it, there's been, pulp fiction and all kinds of, comic books and pop art and pop songs, and there's always been that marshmallowy, fluffy, just completely forgettable, totally consumable, materialistic, meat grinder, creative process for a long, long, long time. Even before they created the printing press. But it really began with the mechanical printing press. When the beautiful, glorious, illuminated texts of the medieval ages died, where in certain circles, in Sufism and elsewhere in Islam, the beautiful lettering and the illuminated Quran and whatnot survived because of the dogma that they have that they cannot show a likeness or image of Muhammad, of the Prophet. So there they had the illuminated text, and the calligraphy survived. And today we still have lettering and lettering artists and the illumination of text. And in our campaign, we actually have this something called the 30-day challenge, where we have these prompts that we're going to be suggesting to artists for each day in the campaign. These prompts that are designed to inspire them to make a work and post a work every day for the length of the campaign, with a badge that says, "This is not made by AI." Right? This is conscious art. This is not AI art. This is a May free art. This May free art. And this is all for May to raise awareness around this issue, around the this wholesale industrial technological bleaching out of the hyper processing of the creative process, so that the human spirit is completely stripped from it. And when that happens, and then AI, they start training AI on images made by other AI, then the law of entropy applies, right? It's a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a fever dream. So from there, it's just going to go downhill, because that's all that mechanical nature can do. So this is a David and Goliath story. This is a, Luke Skywalker and Rebel Alliance versus the mighty Imperial Empire. And AI, degenerative AI, is the Death Star. It's Neo in the Matrix. It's Kyle Reese. And Sarah Connor. But we're not fighting for the lives of humanity here. No. No. We're fighting for humanity's soul. And pardon my words here, but to hell with all those bullshit charlatan gurus out there, and all the soft-spoken, polite, and to hell with all of the woke snowflakes and their safe spaces. This humanity is facing its Ragnarok. And we are Odin's son. And we come with a hammer, and we come with the fire of fires and the light of lights. And we will take no shit from these machine men and their machine minds and their abominations of nature, divine and mechanical, abominations of both. Because one way or another, that Hey Zeus, that lightning that Zeus hurls from Olympus down to earth, it's coming. The second coming of Christ. Christ is no humble carpenter. If you bring forth that which is within you, that which is within you will save you. That is the Savior, the fire of fires and the light of lights that burns in your soul. That is that Pentecostal fire that's in the waters, in the sexual waters. And if we raise them up to the crown chakra and receive that Pentecostal fire, and Shiva and Shakti unite again as one and give rise to the fire of fires and the light of lights. The He Zeus, Odin's son, Vishnu, Christ, the Son of God. We are in a minority. We are David. We are Luke Skywalker. We're just a farm boy on Tatooine, the desert planet. And if you do not bring forth that which is within you, that which is within you will destroy you. And all the machine men and their machine minds that burn with desire, their well is not a well, an eternal wellspring. Their well is a black hole that can never be filled. And their burning desire is eating them up from the inside. But they are not on the path of the phoenix. They're on the path of oblivion. They're in hell. And they will burn and burn and burn and continue to burn until there's nothing left to burn. And then they too will be reborn. But not as a great and mighty phoenix of the divine worlds, of the supernal worlds. No. They will be reborn in the mineral kingdom as a purified monad, a clean slate, devoid of any knowledge, of any experience, to begin their journey all over again. Like a hard drive that was formatted to get rid of all the malware because it had gotten to the point of becoming completely dysfunctional. And this is why Medusa turns her victims to stone. Because that multi-serpent demon, if we are captivated by her gaze, we are petrified and turned to stone. That's what that symbol means. If we are hypnotized and mesmerized by the many egos in our mind, in our heart, in our body, we will end up as stone in the mineral kingdom, to do this all over again from the beginning. That's the only connection between hell and eternity, is that you can, in theory, a monad can, in theory, go through this process over and over and over and over again. and go through all the process of evolution and devolution, and every time fail to embrace the alchemical path of the phoenix, to fail to die psychologically, to fail to suffer and sacrifice and serve, to fail to bring that which is in them into the world so that it can save them. And hopefully in the process, show others and help others and save others, even if just by their own example. This is a time for warriors, but humble warriors, devoted warriors. The warrior monk. It's a crusade we fight, all right. It's the great rebellion, all right. But global culture is on the verge of having the soul of humanity stripped from it. And with so many young people and so many generations turning away from religion and turning away from scripture, or getting caught up in all of these multi-layered intellectual interpretations, we can't go there. The Christ, Alux, in formation, needs a new form. And those new forms can't only be written by one person. Because guess what? No one's buying our book. But the world is hungry, starving for real art. They're becoming sick and fed up with content and that endless bullshit on podcasts, the same bloody guests on the same bloody shows. And there's like a circuit, and it's like this whole big mechanical thing where you just hear the same people say the same thing over and over and over again. And there's the echo chambers and the social media, and then the streaming services, and they're pumping out just content. People are up to here with it. So the great promise of AI is, well, you're going to be able to make your own content. And AI is going to be able to pump out so much goddamn content, you'll never run out. You'll never be hungry again. Well, you know what? I don't know if you remember that documentary that Morgan Spurlock did called Super Size Me. But how about you try it as an experiment yourself? Or go right now to the store and just buy junk food. Just buy your crisps and your cookies and your ice cream, and just put yourself on the standard American diet for a month. And we'll be curious to see how far you get before you puke your guts out, or you develop some near permanent digestive tract disease or illness, or your body just shuts down, or you end up with a heart attack or a stroke, or God only knows what's going to happen to you. But the equivalent is happening right now in people's hearts, in people's minds, because they've just been eating garbage. They've just been consuming garbage from the internet and from the streaming services and all this stuff. And so now what they're doing, many people are reporting that they're going back to old series, old TV shows, old movies they grew up with, things that they loved when they were a kid, things that yeah, sure, that was still popular culture, but as we've shown, many forms of popular culture were still divinely inspired, right? The magic flute never played in an opera house while Mozart was alive. It was never taken seriously. It was an operetta. It was a musical for children. That's how it was treated. It's one of the greatest operas ever written. It was popular culture. We talked about Come From Away a couple weeks ago. We said it's a beautiful modern day allegory of suffering that inspired and united. It's Come From Away. It's a musical. Nobody takes musicals seriously. It's popular culture. So this comes serendipitously, we arrived to answer this question that Joanne asked. She said, what medium for the artist? Any medium? Are you bringing something into the world that's inside of you? Are you bringing the ineffable and formless fire into some form? Then you are performing an art. This is a conscious art, the art of consciousness, the art of consciously birthing the ineffable human spirit, the formless human spirit into the world of form. You could be making cupcakes. You could have a cupcake bakery. But if you make those cupcakes consciously, and you put your heart and your soul, and you do it because you care about your customers and you care about their experience, and you want to bring joy and happiness into people's lives, and beauty and wonder, and you just can't live without making cupcakes, you're a cupcake artist. You belong. Come, you're welcome. You can be a plumber, you can be a woodworker, a painter, a house painter. You can knit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Arts, crafts, science, it doesn't matter. Are you doing it consciously, or do you long to do it consciously? Do you feel the fire burning inside of you, saying, there's something more, I can be doing this at another level. There's another level of this that I haven't reached yet. But I just don't know. There are many people out there, many artists out there who have achieved a kind of technical mastery, a technical proficiency, like they don't know how to progress anymore, because they're just at this, like, they're at the top of their game, but they know there's another level, but they don't know how to get there. Why? Because they feel the fire, and they've directed that fire, and they could tap that fire into what their mind could understand and process, and intellectually they've been channeling that fire through their dexterity and their skill and their intellectual, and right, but there's another part missing. As much as we enjoyed acting, as much as we enjoyed writing, we're not a creative writer. And as much as we enjoyed acting, we are not a performer. Or sorry, we're not an actor anyway. When we came up with Atlas Arts, we always saw ourselves in the role of director. That was where our real passion lied. In university, when we directed our first one-act play, that's when we really knew that we were onto something. And then when we ended up in Japan and we were teaching English, and we had that experience of teaching, we knew that that's another piece, that's another component. So combine, what does a director do, right? A director brings out the best of all of the artists and the craftspeople and the production, right? Everybody who's working on the production, the director is there to inspire them with the vision and give them the guidance, ask them the right questions and give them the answers they need so that they can create the best possible version of their art for the sake of that production. That's what a director does. And the overarching vision, the through line that he threads through everything so that everybody's on the same page, so that everybody is doing their best, and they're doing their best for the sake of this unified, collective, shared vision. That's what a director does. Like a traffic director, or like the conductor of an orchestra. The conductor can hear in their mind what they feel in the music, what their vision of what the performance could be or should be, their interpretation, their bringing into the world of form, in this case sound and music, what's the notes on the page. Because the notes on the page are ineffable. They only exist in your head. And because they only exist in your head, everybody who looks at those notes hears something different. So it's the conductor's job to get that orchestra hearing the same thing, so that all the orchestra is looking at the same notes, and now they're not all hearing it as something different. They're all hearing it as one piece, a unified, shared experience. That's a conductor. In the theater, in film, that's the director. The second coming of Christ is not one person. The second coming of Christ is bringing into the world as many expressions of alux as we can, and giving this humanity that's lost in the desert and desperate and starving and dying of thirst. And this cannot be a religious enterprise. And if you wonder why, we don't focus on scriptures and so on and so forth, it's because everybody thinks they already have those figured out. Everybody has their interpretations. And just try getting somebody to change their mind on what the scriptures mean, on what the Ark of the Covenant is, or what the Ark of Noah is. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. There's only one way to reinvigorate and reinvent and to see the Christ reborn. And that is, we need to champion and inspire and guide and direct and support conscious arts. And to create an excitement and enthusiasm to kindle the fire in the hearts of countless millions, billions around the world, to want to birth into the world of form that fire that's inside of them. But this requires a conductor. This requires a director. Someone who can tell his artists and technicians and performers and costume makers and writers and lighting crew and catering staff and extras, can speak to them in a language that they can understand, to show them and tell them what they need to see and hear, and to guide them and support them in whatever they need. When they have a question, when they have some doubts, when they have and to see the Christ reborn in a global culture, in a global entertainment, in a global arts, a global science, a conscious arts, innovation, creation. To see conscious artists born into the world, to show them the phoenix path, to teach them the elm of life, which they already know, which they've already gone through, they've already experienced it. We're just taking them to the next level. The second coming of Christ Christ must be born within you and me and everyone. And just like an expecting mother needs a midwife, it requires service and sacrifice and devotion and dedication to bring that spirit into form. And that spirit is in so many people, and it's either been drowned out, blown out, burnt out, trampled on, lost, forgotten, ignored, or it's being floundered, spent, wasted on frivolous, stupid, inconsequential matters. And now along comes this monstrosity that is ready to stamp it out of this humanity entirely. We will not stand for that. We've never felt a need of fire burning to bring a child into this world. The only son that we will see, the only son of ours that we will see born into this world is the Son of God. And every last person on this planet is our child. And we will not, and when we say person, we mean monad. Every last soul on this planet is our children. And we will not stand idly by while this mechanical monstrosity grinds them up and makes of them a soylent green. No. 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 And if it's inevitable and if it's unstoppable because it's part of the Kali Yuga and it's part of the great awakening of humanity, then fine. Then we will build an oasis and we will build an ark and we will give places to conserve the human spirit. And we will do that. And in those little pockets of beauty and truth and light and love will be true art, true innovation, pure science, well springs of infinite source, and everyone who's there will be beacons and radiant, resplendent sources of light that they are bringing into the world. We will see it through, we will see it done, or we will die trying. Kundalini King says, you just melted my ice cream cake. It's all right, mostly air anyway. Azazel says, next time put on some sun lotion. Kundalini King says, can compassion be an art? Yes. Yes, compassion is an art form. But it's in the sense that there are vocations that are seeped in compassion, but in truth, like, so for example, you can be a caregiver, you can work at a hospice, for instance, or you can be, again, working in a humane society, right? Or you call them, I guess, the SPCA in the States, or, I'm looking after abandoned and unwanted animals, right? And alleviating their suffering and taking care of them and finding them new homes and so on, right? But you see, but that's a separate vocation. It's just compassion is a part of it. And everything that you do when you're bringing spirit into the world, compassion is there. You're doing it because of compassion. So really, all art, real art, all art is compassion. Conscious art is compassion. Because you can't say the word compassion without passion. Kundalini King says, it's the nothing Sebastian read about in The Never Ending Story. We got that one. The what medium? All mediums. Kundalini King says the Gospel of Thomas. Yes, that's Gospel of Thomas. What the fire that is within you, if you bring it forth, can save you. If you do not bring forth that which is within you, that which is within you will destroy you. And that's exactly right. Because if what's burning you, the passion that burns in you, isn't to fulfill your destiny and to be born again as the phoenix, to be born again as a being, self-actualized, self-realized, then your only alternative is to be burned in the fires, and those fires are the fires of your own desire. It's the same fire, flows up and in or down and out. And when it flows down and out, it creates the tail of Satan, turns us into demons. And where do demons go if not into hell? And what do they do there? They burn. What do they burn with? They burn with their desire. They burn with desire. Tiffany says, I've gotten very confused over the years with advancement on a planetary level versus natural unfoldment of spiritual awareness in such matters that you speak. And she says, I can't quite feel that anything that may happen here or unfold here can or should be labeled unnatural across the board. Just as the internet, we will unfold, and some will use and create beauty, while others will create darkness and death. Both a natural process. Yes? What am I missing, if anything? There are two natures to nature. What you're missing is what we write about in our book. Maybe you haven't gotten that far yet. But what you're missing is the two natures of nature. And this is, where are we here? Go to resources. Here, let's make this bigger, and then we can share this here. Whoops. Okay. So you see this? Some of the writing is going to be really small. You won't be able to read it. Here we have divine nature, and here we have physical nature, mechanical nature. Okay? So everything that's unfolding, including AI, and everything that's unfolding on the level of mechanical nature is nature unfolding. Mechanical nature unfolding. It's completely natural. But what it's doing is it's weakening humanity and preparing it for its destruction. Because you see, this is a circle, this is a cycle. Nature constantly renews itself. And our whole book about the Great Awakening is explaining these massive, large-scale movements that are moving humanity more and more and more, pushing into a mechanical place, because mechanical nature is about to destroy humanity. And it wants to weaken humanity as much as possible. And it also wants to preserve islands of highly, highly mechanical, mechanized, identified hominids. You know who's not going to be touched or hurt during the apocalypse, during the destruction of this humanity? You know who's going to be just fine? All those Aboriginal people and tribal people living in the jungle, wherever they are, Southeast Asia, South America, that they're all these people who gave themselves back to nature. They worship nature. They it's all like psychedelics and shamanism, and they worship Gaia, and they do dream quests and vision quests, and that for them is the heaven, the internal worlds. It's all spirits, it's fourth dimensional entities, it's the elemental spirits of nature. Their whole reality, their whole heaven and earth and everything and hells, it's from the fifth dimension down. Nature, mechanical nature, will not touch them, will not mess with them. Why? Because they're completely mechanical. They're devolving. They're spiritual, yes, but their spirituality is trapped within what are called the four bodies of sin. The four bodies where the ego can get to them and where belief can get to them. And they're on a devolving arc. Nature's not going to mess with them, because given enough time, they're going to be they're going to devolve, and they're going to become like the great apes. Now, given enough time, millions of years, but chimpanzees and orangutans and giant gorillas, why do you think those are giant gorillas? Because there used to be giants on this planet, human beings who were giants, but they fell into devolution. And generation after generation after generation, millions of years ago, they fell into devolution. And that's why we have things like giant gorillas, because those are devolved humans. And chimpanzees are devolved humans. Why do you think they share 99% of their DNA with us? So yeah, we can talk about nature, but we can't talk about nature in a vacuum and think that there's only one nature. There's mechanical nature and divine nature. And that's what we were talking about earlier, how the transmutation of the fire, the spirit, from the world of formlessness into the world of form. And the dividing line, everybody talks about 5D, right? We've talked about this many, many, many times. The New Age talks about 5D, right? Look at where 5D is on the tree of life. You see this? It says sleeping consciousness, and it says hypnosis and ignorance, and these are the four bodies of sin. The mental body, the emotional body, the vital body, and the physical body are the four bodies of sin. And 5D, they push 5D like there's no tomorrow. Why? Because they never mention the lunar fifth dimension, which is where you go when you take psychedelics. This is called hell. And all of this is mechanical nature is happily pushing 5D through the thing called the New Age. The Black Lodge is telling people 5D this and 5D that. Why? Because people can awaken in 5D and be in hell and not know it. Because what is hell? We've explained this many times. Hell has no bars, no doors, no walls, no fences. There's one warden, one guard, and one inmate, and all three of them are you. The path is easy and the wide is gate into hell, and there are many who take it. People are clamoring to get into 5D, to get into hell. No one talks about 6D. No one talks about the sixth dimension. Why not? Why don't anybody on any of these spiritual podcasts or anything else talk about the sixth dimension? They have all these gurus, they have all these people talking about all this spiritual stuff. Why don't they talk about the Phoenix path? The path of suffering and sacrifice for others, the path of psychological death. They don't talk about any of that. They talk about, the integration of the shadow. They love that because they can miscommunicate that, they can bullshit that, and people can bullshit themselves into believing they're integrating their shadow, which means they're integrating their ego because, it's natural. The ego is perfectly natural. Yeah, it's perfectly natural for mechanical nature. Anyway, we hope we've answered that question. Leah says that she is crying again. How cleansing. Wow, synchronicity. And Tiffany says, you didn't say unnatural. I'm just quoting that as I heard it. And she says, oh my God, I have so many questions. This is really stirring my insides, brother. Yeah, no, well, Tiffany, I don't know. You have a copy of our book though, right? So have patience because this is all explained in our book, and all the figures and everything we're showing you, it's all spelled out in great detail in our book. So, but by all means, we're getting on in time here. We're at the 4-hour mark. So perhaps we'll have to leave the questions for next week. Perhaps we'll pick this topic up and continue it next week, and then we'll have to take the questions then. Supin Kashper says, can psychedelics be helpful for our journey? Yes, they can. But ask yourself, how many times do you have to take the on-ramp to get onto the highway? If you don't know about the highway, if you don't know that there's a freeway to get you to the next city or the next state or the next whatever, right? If you don't know about that freeway and you don't know how to get onto it, but you know that you need to get to this other city, well, sure, you can try mucking around on the back roads, but there is this thing called a freeway. And so, but if you don't know how to get on it, or if you don't, maybe this is a better way to say this, if you don't believe that the freeway exists, if you don't believe the freeway exists, and you need to see it for yourself, then an on-ramp can be very useful to get you onto that freeway and allow you to experience what that's like, or at least a version of it, if you will. But it's only temporary, and you have to exit again at the first exit. Okay, but now you know the freeway is there, whereas before you didn't believe it. But now you know it because you've experienced something now that is beyond doubt, it's your own experience. So the question is, are you going to keep taking the ramps? Or are you going to work and do the work required to get onto that freeway yourself of your own ability, of your own strength? And we have a visual that explains this, and for whatever reason, we cannot seem to find it. Why can't we find it? Anyway, we hope that answers it, Supin Kashper. And Tiffany says, why is mechanical nature considered absent of universal understanding? And how do we know that? I don't mean to push on this for myself. It's very important to understand. Is mechanical nature missing the triune on the same level? So let's hang on a second. We gotta bring something back up. Okay. This meme, this diagram, this visualization here. Okay. You have divine nature, the monad, and you have mechanical nature, egos. Now, we use the analogy of water in this as well, right? There's two types of water. There's earthbound water, and then there's water in the hydrological cycle, the water cycle. That is the water that gets evaporated up into the clouds. And then in order to fall back down to earth, it condenses and then it falls as rain or it falls as snow. In other words, it precipitates, it falls back down to the earth. Okay? That water, that ineffable, subtle water that we call water vapor that's in the air, those are like the heavens, right? That's why traditionally they always drew heavens as full of clouds and the sun, and that's where the gods are, right? Because they're up there somewhere. They're ineffable. They're like water in the atmosphere. But there's another type of water on this, and it's the surface water. You got to think about the ocean now. And there's turbulent water on the surface, but the deeper you go into the ocean, the more pressure there is. The denser and denser and denser the water becomes. So much so that if you go down to the bottom of the ocean without the proper strengthened machinery, the water pressure is going to crush you. It's so heavy, it's so dense. And there are these things called undercurrents, right? We call them undertows. Have you ever been on a lake or on the ocean and be grabbed by an undertow? You know how frightening it is. You know how dangerous it is because it sucks you right back down. It wants to suck you into this current and it's going to pull you down into the undercurrents. That's mechanical nature. That's mechanical water, heavy, dense, right? Now, but water is water. It's all God. It's all God, right? It's just a question of density, right? It's a question of subtlety versus heavy, light, right? So it's ineffable, spiritual, in other words, spirit, and then spirit that is water that is earthbound. There's the spirit that's floating around in the air that's not bound to anything. It's free. It's in the heavens, right? It's cloud. It's wonderful. We're happy. We're happy water vapor. But then we fall down to earth and we can get trapped in these undercurrents and dragged down into the depths, into the darkness. Because at the bottom of the ocean, there's no light. That's why they have these freaky fishes that have their own bioluminescence. They have to be able to light their own way because it's completely pitch black darkness down there. The absence of light. but it's still water. Remember, we've talked about two things the last 2 weeks, right? Water and fire. The light doesn't penetrate down into the depths of the ocean in the same way that the light doesn't penetrate it down into the depths of hell. The hells burn the fire, the spirit, a certain way. They consume it and they are consumed by it. Then there's the question, we get to the question that you're asking about what about the spirit in nature, the nature that you know and you love. When you look at, when people think of nature, they think of mechanical nature as the forest and the trees and the animals and all that stuff, that what we call nature. And isn't it beautiful and isn't it wonderful? And yeah, why? Because that is where you have, and right here, we can just kind of move our mouse back and forth on it to try to highlight it. This we can, it says surface tension. Now, what is surface tension? Surface tension is where the earth-bound water is on the edge, is on the border of the air, of the atmosphere. And surface tension is created when the water molecules, the earth-bound water, is being motivated, is being called, is being inspired by the sun, by the fire, to come break free from your earth-bound bonds, break free of those bonds, and come and be and return to the skies, to the clouds, from whence you came, from whence you fell. But there's these undercurrents and these mechanical forces that are trying to hold on to as much water as possible. And you have this accumulation of water molecules on the edge where you have the light, the fire that's trying to pull them into heaven, and you have the undercurrents, the undertows that are trying to pull them down into the depths. And it's that tension between mechanical and divine nature, between the fire, the light and darkness, that causes these molecules to all get accumulated and trapped and entangled on the surface. We call it surface tension. And it's thick enough that mosquitoes can walk on it and bugs can walk on it. That is the physical world. That is the world of 3D reality. That's how thin that is. And we know this, even science knows this, because the visible spectrum of light that we can experience in this three-dimensional experience that we have was a tiny fraction of the whole spectrum of light. But it is there that the light can shine, and the light affects. It is the union. It is where divine nature and mechanical nature intersect, that the physical reality that we can experience exists. Because remember, masculine, feminine, and union of masculine and feminine, called creation. This in Kabbalah, that's why we have the trees of life here on the left-hand side. In Kabbalah, this physical world is known as the kingdom. This is the kingdom of God. This is his creation. So when you ask us the question about mechanical nature, the world, the kingdom that we know of, and every animal, every bird, every rock, every atom has a monad, has a spark, a seed, an essence of divine nature in it. On the level of the physical world, on the level of surface tension. And even if those monads, if those sparks fall into the undercurrents, they go into hell. Because as I was explaining, in hell, every demon has a monad. Every demon has a spirit. Every demon has a little essence, a little fragment of God, but what? It's trapped inside this mechanical nature. And what hell is all about is cleansing them, burning through, letting the mechanical law of entropy do its work to burn away all of the mechanical nature and all that is left is an empty monad at the end. And that monad can get reinserted back into the physical world as a member of the mineral kingdom. We hope that helps. Supin Kasper says, lovely metaphor about the highway and the on-ramps. And Joanne says, thank you, Atlas. This has been an incredible experience today. Much to contemplate further. I share your observations and am grateful for your heart of care and concern for humanity. Well, thank you, Joanne. She may have had to check out, actually, so she might not be around. But anyway, thank you for the sentiment if you happen to still be there. Listen, everyone. It's almost 4:15 hours. I mean, it's 6:15 actually, but we've been going for almost 4.25 hours. At first, I was like, wow, we have a lot of time left. And then boy, did that time just vanish, right? So if there are more questions or more, we're going to be revealing more and sharing more with you. May 1st is coming up this week, so we're going to be getting our thing underway, and we're obviously going to be having a lot more to share with you. But until then, we want to thank you for being here today. We want to thank you for stepping into the fire and letting us share with a little bit more depth and a little bit more intensity the fire and the passion that drives us, and reveal a little bit more to you as it is being revealed to us, so that you really have a front row seat here. I mean, these live streams are as much for our benefit as they are for yours. This is the real secret of any type of passionate pursuit, is the more you do it, the better you get at it. And the more you do it, the more you get out of it. The more you give to others, the more you get out of it. Not in terms of financial success or any type of, it's not worldly things that you get in return. It is the metaphysical, it is the divine nature has its own rewards, right? And so the more you work with your fire in the right way, in the creative way, in the inspiring way, in the giving way, people have often said this, right? Love is its own reward. When you love someone, you don't expect anything in return, because loving them, or when you give to someone, you don't expect anything in return, because the giving to them was its own joy, was its own reward. And this is a cliche that people know this deep down. People know this. This is nothing new. This is nothing spectacular. So Leah says, peace and love y'all. She says, thank you, Atlas. Benjamin says, thank you for today's wonderful live stream. We need to rewatch it as it has a lot of beneficial information. And Leah de Tanakur says, richness in the soul. Yes, absolutely. Very well put. Very well put. And from an esoteric perspective, we talk about the soul are the solar bodies, and the solar bodies are golden, right? That's the gold, the alchemical transmuting of the lead into the gold of the human soul. So, but that gold is not physical gold. It's, as you say, it's the richness that is known and experienced and had only by the soul. So it's so absolutely. Thank you for that. And Joanne Kremer gives us lots of hugs and smiles and prayers. Thank you for that. Tiffany says, you've given much and always do. Always appreciate it, Atlas. Thank you for the depths, or to the depths. You're welcome. Thank you all. Azazel, you will have to either get in touch with us one-on-one, or save your story for next week. Unfortunately, we didn't get around to you today. So everyone, have a wonderful week, and take care, and we hope to see you again soon. And remember to pay attention to your fires. How are you using your fires? Or how are your fires being used? So that's your takeaway for today. That's our final word. Soup and Kashmir says, thank you so much and have a wonderful week. Thank you as well. Thank you one and all. And as always, we want to bid you farewell with our customary inferential piece. Take care, everyone.